Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury and this is Jim Beglin. A delight to have him on board.
Hello, Peter, and hello to everyone watching. For me, it's a real thrill to be here.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. If you're just joining us, we are already underway. Jim, you've played in games of this nature. Who can make the difference?
Yeah, Thibaut Courtois. He's a huge presence between the sticks, and that's not just because he's 6'6", Peter. He's got great reflexes, wonderful positioning, and he's a strong defensive leader. I think opposition defences will also need to watch out for his long throws. They're quick, they're accurate, and a source of many a good counter-attack.
Yes, they'll certainly be leaning heavily on him. Well, that was a period of possession which carried just about no threat at all. Mbappe tries to pass it through. Can he finish? Off the post! Oh, he's felt that, hasn't he? And here's Bellingham. Now it's Mbappe. DiMarco played into the box. Easy enough for the goalkeeper.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
And it's Bellingham. Anything noteworthy in the early part of the match, Jim?
Well, both sides seem happy with the patient approach for now, still trying to have a good look at one another.
And here's Mbappe. Mbappe unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Has crossed into the middle. Timber gets it away. Still goalless at the moment. Now it's Calvert-Lewin. Haaland! That is a brilliant interception. Bellingham. Now it's Haaland. Olise.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top, Peter, have to be willing to chase. And of course, those in midfield have to be ready now to recycle.
And they have got just the right players for that. Passing nice and neat. And he's cut it out. Well, he was clearly disappointed with that pass.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
No messing about, just bludgeoned away. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Well, that had the makings of something quite promising, but it's fizzled out into nothing. And it's Pedri. Bellingham. Calvert-Lewin. Now it's Calvert-Lewin. And he's lost his man here. Calvert-Lewin. Too much on it, and that is an easy claim for the keeper. Pedri. Now it's Alvarez. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Haaland showed plenty of zest in getting to the ball, but couldn't quite sort it out. Well, that looks like a final warning. Still no card. DiMarco. Passing is crisp and... Mbappe! Good first touch and almost as good a second.
That's a great effort. There was very little backlift to indicate what was coming.
Cucurella. And he was quick to react. Alvarez. Chance! And he's done it! Simplicity itself.
Haaland really can't believe his luck. He was allowed so much room when he should have been boxed in.
A 1-0 lead established.
Listen, when it comes to goals, Peter, in this team, he's always the #1 contender, and he's done it again.
Oh, that's a fine interception. Bellingham.
It looks very much like they'd be happy to settle for this narrow lead at the break.
Van Dijk. The only breakthrough then came late in the first half here, and that is the difference. And the score is 1-0. Out towards the flank. Nice bit of trickery. Timber's cross. And out it comes again. Spread out to the left. Referee's had a good look and given a corner. And we have our very first corner. Keeper's dealt with that. Oh, such a clever touch. And he's played it back.
Well, he just didn't have any support.
And the shot! Holland! That is brilliant! That is a gem! And there is the half-time whistle. What have we learned from the first 45 minutes?
Well, Peter, at 2-0, you're faced with the choice of just trying to see the match out or forcing the issue even further. I'd always be inclined to go for the latter, go for a third, especially with a full half of football still to play.
It has been a remarkable contest, decorated by goals, and 2 between them at half-time. And hostilities have resumed at the start of the second half. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
And here's Bellingham.
Bellingham really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
And here's Mbappe. Van Dijk gets it clear. Pedri. It's a good spell of possession, this. Bellingham. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Pedri. So 2-0 the scoreline early after half-time. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
They're trying everything to subdue him here.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
No, again, there's no way through. Timber. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. And here's Pedri. Calvert-Lewin. Bellingham. Bellingham. For Rice. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. And that is expertly dealt with. And that pass is somewhat less than ideal.
Well, I think the opposition saw that pass coming a mile off, and it wasn't the best decision.
Now it's Alvarez, and he's chosen to go back.
Not a lot more he could do there.
I think that's offside. Yes, it is. Both sides then taking this chance to turn to their benches. Now that looks a decent ball. Foden. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Ah, looks a smashing ball. It's a good look. He gets big! It's in! Back within one! They have them in their sights again! It was wonderfully efficient.
He did so well there, attacking the ball the way he did. He got a strong forehead behind that one.
And it didn't take him long. Just sitting on the bench and waiting moments ago, already he has scored.
That's just as the manager would have seen it, an impact sub.
This is threatening to become a really good game.
Oh, we have a very different game on our hands now, all of a sudden. This one's totally up for grabs.
And here's Foden. Passing is crisp and sharp. Oh, good-looking ball.
Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
There is an irresistible, irrepressible look about them here.
Well, the question now is whether they can sustain it. They may end up with some regret with this tactic, but you have to admire their commitment to goals.
Haaland, there's the shot! And he hits the net. There seemed no way back, but they are level. One sweeping move executed with deadly efficiency.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
We have got changes here, from both sides in fact. This has become one superb game of football.
Well, their manager seems to have them always thinking about the next goal. When's the next goal coming? They're such an entertaining watch.
Matches Nunes, carries the ball down the right. Donnarumma comes out and deals with it. Now it's Isak. And here's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior going face-to-face with his great rival.
Yeah, they were looking for a counter-attack.
Cherki. And it's Timber. Gravenberg. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
And it's Nunez. Short changes him with that pass.
They're avoiding the blatantly obvious by not getting the ball into the opposition box. That's where it has to be.
It's come through and he's had a quick look inside. Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped.
Gravenberg. Over to the other side. And Hernandez. Van Dijk cuts out the pass. Has a look up and drives it forward. Plays a sharp little ball here. Well, now here's a good battle, bicep to bicep. The 90 minutes are up, 30 more to come.
Well, look, this has been a hard-fought encounter, Peter, so mistakes are far more likely over the next 30 minutes.
So all square, we need a winner, and we will be back for extra time. 90 minutes gone and nothing between them still. Van Dijk. Yildiz. Hernandez. And it's Gravenberg. Now Timber. Matheus Cunha. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. And it's Timber. Hernandez. Ball driven towards the far post.
When it's delivered early like that, defenders just can't get themselves set.
And Cherki tries a deft little ball. And that was nowhere near his best. So what can they make of this? Gravenberg. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. Granit Xhaka. Well seen. Saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And he's worked it through. Matheus Cunha in towards the back stick. Van Dijk tries to clear. Foden. Vinicius Junior. Well read, nice interception. No way through. Half-time, extra time. Well, both teams have run themselves into the ground out there. Does anyone have one last moment of magic in them? And we're off for the final time. This really has been thrilling. Both sides going at it, and now for the final act. Vinicius Junior receives it in a good position here.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Matheus Cunha. Now this could be a chance. Matheus Cunha. Oh, well, that is not a great touch.
It speaks for itself, doesn't it? Best left there.
Poorly directed kick from the keeper. He's given it away. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. Still anyone's game, this. One moment can decide it.
It's a very open game and an exciting watch. There are no signs of nerves or caginess from either team. This pitch is go-for-it territory right now.
Van Dijk. And it's Timber. And it's Van Dijk. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Here's Matheus Cunha. Yildiz takes a shot! Yes, he's done it! And that may just do it! There was no getting to that. No getting to it at all. Expertly done.
Well, Peter, I think the keeper knew straight away he was never going to get to it.
And that means just one thing. Match ball.
This is such a dominant performance. The defence are sick of the sight of him, but he doesn't look finished just yet.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here?
Look, he's the one everyone expects to put the ball in the net. That's what he's paid to do.
And we're done. Well, that was close. Both sides playing their part in a great game of football. A real ride that had... Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. I'm Peter Drury, and joining me here, our expert, Jim Beglin.
Hi, Peter. Always good to work with you. I'm really looking forward to this now.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. Things have got underway here pretty promptly. Pedri charging forward, the ball at his feet. Koundé. So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
I think Theo Hernandez is one of the most exciting fullbacks in the game. Rarely have I seen a player display all the qualities needed in a complete fullback at such a tender age. And
chance for a shot!
Mbappe really was well marshalled there because he was denied the opportunity to turn.
Now it's Mbappe.
Well, he was given the time and room initially to hold on to the ball, but eventually he was squeezed that bit harder and the task became too much. I think he's got to be a little quicker in his distribution then and get others into the match.
And it's Koundé. Looking to play him in. And here's Pedri. And they've got rid. Alvarez. First quarter of an hour gone. Gives it back. Timber. Neither side yet able to find the net. Timber gets into a good position. And we have our very first corner. Rice with the short one. Timber's cross. Bellingham attempts a clearance. And now they can spring out of defence. Aimed beyond the defence. Pedri. Very nicely done. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined. Bellingham. Bellingham takes control of it and he's on the move. Now, what about a counter-attack? Always onto this. He is through here. And the shot! Decent strike, kept it fizzing low. Corner number 2 then. Tries to get it clear. Out to the left it goes. And the chances keep on coming. They're awarded another corner. So, third corner of the game. Terrific header! That's going to go a long way. Thuram wins the duel this time. And now a sudden chance to counter. Very nearly half an hour gone here. Now it's Mbappe. Pedri. And it's Pedri. That's a super give and go. He came in hard, very hard. Well, the movement is slick, the speed is slippery. The defence, though, able to hold on this time. Timber. Bellingham. Passing nice and neat. Good ball, good take. And he's made sure that's not getting through. And here's Alvarez. Pedri. Searching pass he's played there. Dink through.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Referee's given a throw. Half-time rapidly approaching, and it's still goalless. Rafinha. And it's Hernandez. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Koundé. And he's chosen to go back. Alvarez was only too happy to help out in defence.
He's dealt with that very well, Peter. It's a real show of discipline.
Thuram! Just not quite happening for him just now.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get the reward if they can stick at this. They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from this corner.
It's going to be another corner, I think. This their second corner of the game. Bellingham! A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary. And now they can spring out of defence. And he's managed to get free. Look at the space here. And he's cut it out. And he's there to get it away. And that'll be the final action of the first half. It hasn't been a bad watch, not by any means. The intensity levels are there. We've just lacked that telling breakthrough moment. So they head in no further forward. The score here, still 0-0. So we're just settling back into this second half. Both sides defensively robust up to now. Bellingham. Timber. Could move up a gear here. Koundé. Thuram might just make this. Rice promptly onto that, and that is that. And here's Mbappe. And it's Bellingham. Pedri. He's had a shot! And a terrific save from the keeper.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
Corner number 3 coming up. And that has earned a reprieve for the time being. And now a sudden chance to counter. It's a good spell of possession, this. Another pass just keeps it ticking over. Haaland. 0-0 still. It's a game that needs a bit of life injected. Plays a sharp little ball here. And it's pulled back. Koundé tries to clear. Well seen. Saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
And here's Haaland. And that is a little undercooked. Mbappe knocks it into space. Now that's well seen too. And that's put paid to a promising move. Now it's Haaland. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending and they got away with it.
Yeah, they showed a vulnerability until the move was stifled. That'll have stirred a little concern. Well, yet another interception and a show of anticipation to be commended.
Haaland being hounded, manhandled at times.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Well into the second half, and still there's nothing between them. Calvert-Lewin receives it in a good position here. Bellingham. Now it's Thuram. And he's intervened well there. That's ruffled a few feathers, but well dealt with. Oh, good-looking ball. Rafinha. Calvert-Lewin. Well, the manager might be thinking of shuffling his pack here.
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quick.
Can he finish? Oh, he's managed to get it all wrong.
That's good running. It makes life so much easier when you have people who are willing to go beyond the defence like that.
We have got changes here, from both sides in fact. Foden. And here's Vinicius Junior. Oh, facing up to his adversary. This is a formidable matchup.
Well, there's no doubt that they want to win this, Peter. They'll have to maintain the energy and dynamism until the very end, though.
Oh, well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Hakimi. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Olise. And here's Calvert-Lewin. Back into the middle. Big chance! That was superb goalkeeping.
Well, someone's doing his job properly, Peter, that's for sure.
So their fourth corner of the game. And he's there to clear it. No way through, so back it comes. And now they can spring out of defence. Now the ball's gone astray. Played back. Looking for... Oh, what has happened here?
Well, that might be that, Peter. Maybe both sides just going to have to settle for the draw now.
Haaland. And smartly reclaimed. Now DiMarco. Pedri. Foden. And here's Haaland. Oh, nice touch. Played out wide. Haaland. Oh, good read. And it's been played through. The 90 minutes are up, 30 more to come.
Well, 0-0 doesn't offer a fair reflection on what we've seen. The game's been vibrant. I think the atmosphere has remained buoyant, and we just need the scoreline to step into line.
So all square, we need a winner, and we will be back for extra time. No winner in 90, 30 more to come. Olise. And it's Gravenberg. And it's Hernandez. Cross goes in there. Defending of the desperate variety. Lovely feet. Cross from Hakim. Oh, smashing header! Oh, the keeper's done ever so well.
Mateus Cunha really must be thinking what he has to do to score there.
They're up to 5 corners now. They've played it short. Olise's cross. And it's hoisted clear. Gravenberg. Oh, now here's an interesting matchup. Over to the other side. Hernandez. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Cherki. Neither of these two want to come off second best. Oh, that's wonderful alertness. Now, can they get him away? And that could set him on his way. It looked as though that might lead to something quite promising, but it turned out that that was not the case. Yeah, he's pulled him up for that challenge. It's a promising position, showing good feet. Joao Neves gets it clear. Gravenberg. Haaland. Half-time, extra time. And so penalties loom ever closer. Is there anyone who can seize the day in the next 15 minutes? Is there to be drama in these final 15 minutes? So, for the last time, who dares to win? Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Whistle's gone, that's a foul. He knew what was coming, that's a yellow card. So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Foden, and he's played it back. Tries to play it through. Now it's Nunez. And it's Neves. He's in a good... Can he finish? They want to be quick to recover this. Gone behind for a goal kick. Now it's Haaland.
Have beautifully policed that midfield. The opposition have been handcuffed.
Threads one in. No, not quite on the same wavelength. The corner count is rising. That's 6. Climbs up big! Oh, what about that? Save the best for last! Oh, whose goal is that? Big deflection. That's one for the dubious goals panel. So the first goal of the game.
Well, Peter, the manager's all smiles, but he's got a big decision to make here. He needs to see this one out.
He has a look up.
This usually is the time teams go into conservation mode.
Pinches it off him. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Haaland. Chance, surely! It's hit the crossbar. Oh, he's been caught napping. Here comes the cross. And that should get the job done. That's headed upfield. Nuno Mendes. Nicely shaped ball. Haaland is flagged offside. And that is as far as it goes. Well, that was tense. Boy, that was tense. The two sides separated by the game. Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury, and providing analysis and expert opinion alongside me will be Jim Beglin.
Thanks for that, Peter. Hi, everyone. The excitement has really picked up now, and I'm eager for the action to start.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. Well, as you can see, we've already started here. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Pedri. Oh, he's burst through. Decent chance! Now that is commitment to the cause. Who do you, Jim, see making the difference here?
It's very hard to miss this guy, Haaland, when there's all 6'4" of him. A player with great football pedigree in his family, remembering his father played in the English top.
Big chance, tries a shot! And it's a goal! One sweeping move, executed with deadly efficiency.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart, and it's difficult to find an answer to it when it's applied like that.
So the game's first significant moment, and it's come earlier than perhaps we anticipated.
Size really matters, and it's time to make it matter now.
Rice receives it in a wide position. Koundé with the clearance. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Hernandez. He rises! Last-ditch defending, but that'll do. Thuram. Bellingham. Pedri, looking for a runner. Oh, delightful ball. Well, that's not the cross he had in mind. Well, he's looking at the referee, but the referee is shaking his head. That is a crunching tackle.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
Now it's Thuram, and it's Pedri. And no, that was never going to make it. Rafinha. The pressing's intense, and it's paid off. Griezmann was alert to the possibilities, but in the end it's fruitless. And that's been intercepted.
That was well played, well stopped.
And here's Isak. Hernandez.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top, Peter, have to be willing to chase. And, of course, those in midfield have to be ready now to recycle.
And they have got just the right players for that. Haaland. And he was alert to it. Well, the ball just didn't work out for the run that he made.
They should have done a lot better there. The final ball was very poor.
And here's Haaland. The ball is loose and the chase is on. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
That's a throw. Passing is crisp and sharp. Well, that pass surprised everyone, and not in a good way. Rafinha.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
clearly is miffed, having made the run and not get picked out.
Truthfully, it was hard to see any better outcome there. Vinicius Junior, he came in hard, very hard. Nothing wrong with that tackle, ball won cleanly. It's a promising position. And that has been clubbed away. That is lovely. And it's Bellingham. Vinicius Junior. Bellingham, who does have an assist to his name. No, that's been intercepted. Hernandez. And it's Rice. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Pinches it off him. There's a beautiful simplicity about this contest. Willing running on one side, dogged defence on the other. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior! Oh, denied brilliantly.
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
This possibly the last play of the half. Cleared without complication. And the referee brings the first half to a close. Well, there were plenty of talking points in that first half, but just the one goal. It's still anybody's game here.
Yeah, you don't get any points for stating the obvious, Peter, but thankfully this is still very savable. Keep things simple, keep the intensity high, and hope for an early goal. If that happens, it's a game changer.
And we're underway again.
Well, I think in these circumstances, it's all about how to adjust the balance of your team. I mean, you want to get back in it as soon as possible, but without leaving yourself too open.
Well, the referee has made it pretty clear now that this is his last chance.
I don't think you need to be an expert lip reader to know what's being said here.
Looking for options for movement. Cross is blocked, and that's a corner. Corner number 2 then. There's the header! Oh, the ball's run loose here. Decent attempt, but not quite good enough.
Van Dijk clearly was a little selfish there, but I don't think it was a bad attempt.
Well, the idea was a good one. The execution of it, not quite. Great chance! Thuram. And here's Vinicius Junior. Tries a measured ball. Thuram finds himself offside. Ruben Dias. Rice. Bellingham. It's Pedri. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of shapes to shoot! Could be danger here. Bellingham. Down by a goal, needing to go up a gear. That's how it looks here. He really is being given no time to think on the ball now.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Whistle's gone, that's a foul. Well, you might think he got off lightly. It is just a verbal warning. It's a good 30, 35 yards out, this. Isak. That's a pretty loose pass. Out for a throw. Pedri. Oh, this looks sharp. Now that's well seen too. And it's Griezmann. Your impression so far, Jim?
Well, the stats are pretty telling here. It's hard to argue with the scoreline when you carry so little.
On the finish! Now, who's going to be first to this? Cleared without hesitation.
Well, that's certainly more like it. They can't let the intensity drop now, Peter.
Well, they're looking a whole lot more urgent now.
A lucky break would certainly help their cause now.
He's big header! He's missed, but not by that far.
Well, there wasn't too much wrong with his effort. He needs to get on the ball again and give it another crack. I would.
We have got changes here, from both sides in fact. Pedri. And here's Mbappe. He is just caressing. Can he finish? And he nearly went all the way.
He's absolutely full of energy here. Definitely had the right idea. A shame he just couldn't finish it off.
Header! And oh, he's got that completely wrong. Yildiz. Out towards the flank. Gravenberch. Some resolute defending there. Nice looking ball. Passing is crisp and sharp. He has a look up. Bellingham. Cherki. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Oh, that's clever. And he gets rid in a hurry. Mbappe goes on a run down the left wing. Gravenberch.
Are certainly playing with an intense focus in executing their plan here.
Pedri. Pass somewhat off target. He's in a great position here. Bellingham. Oh, smashing header! He's got a goal! Two to the good, and they are purring. Absolutely purring. Satisfyingly simple. There's almost a sense of beauty to this.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. So that's two now without reply.
Well, I think it's just the reward for their application. They've played with great courage to try and kill this off, and for me, it looks like they've just about done it. Well, they can at least make a fight of it. Even if it's just a goal, the lift it would give would be huge no matter what the end result is.
That's a good intervention. That was what he had to make in the face of danger that was growing. Cherky. Now that looks a decent ball. Backward it goes. Hangs one in. Climbs up big. It's a loose ball. Oh, he's been caught on. And one more try.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Cross to the back post. DiMarco with the clearance.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
4 extra minutes added on. Gravenberg and Cherky. Oh, good-looking ball. Haaland chasing after it. Cherky. Passes coming off in quick succession here. Haaland. And that's a simple one for the keeper. So that's it. It is all over. Well, that was a frustrating game. They were, at times, cohesive, very capable, but undone by an opponent who simply did a better job. Any reflections on what you've seen, Jim?
Well, there was a distinct lack of...
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm Peter Drury, and here with me in the commentary box, I'm glad to report, is Jim Beglin.
Well, thanks for that, Peter. I'm more than ready to get going here.
Well, the pre-match build-up has been fantastic. Now, the game itself. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already. Now it's Bellingham. Oh, good read.
That was well played, well stopped.
That is ended up in no man's land. Pinches it off him. Now it's Calvert-Lewin. Strokes it back.
Really got in his face there, and it was well played.
And he's gone direct here. So what can they make of this? Aimed beyond the defence. Haaland. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Well seen. Saw that coming. Jim, who do you reckon is pivotal?
Well, Peter, I just love the positivity and attitude that Erling Haaland delivers on a football field. It's almost as if he's still on the training ground. And there's one little story in a game where he scored 4, but he was still angry. And asked why he was angry, he said, well, I missed one of my good chances. I think he's destined for greatness.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a goal or two. Quality ball. Quarter of an hour played. And here's Vinicius Junior.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
And back to the keeper. Long ball by the goalkeeper.
Well, both teams are proceeding with caution, but there's plenty of time to wait for some attacking purpose.
And it's Hernandez. Rice. Passing is crisp and sharp. And it's made its way to him. Timber got a long way forward to join the attack. Well, that is one way to stop him. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Tries to pass it through. Well read, nice interception. Rice. And Hernandez. Ruben Dias. Now he's off and running. Bellingham. DiMarco. Can he spark a counter here? And that could set him on his way. Oh, that's fabulous. He's got plenty of space out wide here. Oh, that's nice. DiMarco gets into a good position. And he's cleared it out of harm's way. "30 minutes gone. Haaland receives it in a wide position. Hernandez. Now it's Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior will not want to lose out here, not against this opponent. Rafinha. Bellingham. Cherki. And he cuts out the supply. Vinicius Junior. It's a searching pass. Oh, the chip pass hasn't quite come off. Well, anyone who's joined us late, I can confirm that in terms of goals, at least you've missed nothing. Vinicius Junior. He's in a great position here. Oh, goes for a shot! It's there! And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Yeah, when you're hit on the counter-attack like that, it's like walking into a sucker punch, and they're dazed.
So the first moment of real significance.
Well, I think the next 5 to 10 minutes will call for real focus as the opposition will inevitably react.
The ball has bounced loose now.
Yeah, we get to see this more and more. Defender.
Oh, smashing head! Oh, crossbar! And he thumps it clear. And smartly reclaimed. And we've reached half-time. Well, it's certainly simmered along nicely so far. Just the one goal in it, and it's all still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, you don't get any points for stating the obvious, Peter, but thankfully this is still very savable. Keep things simple, keep the intensity high, and hope for an early goal. If that happens, it's a game changer.
And the second half gets underway.
Well, I think in these circumstances, it's all about how to adjust the balance of your team. I mean, you want to get back in it as soon as possible, but without leaving yourself too open.
Hernandez. And Rafinha. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. He's having a shot! It's in! They have done it! They have their equaliser!
Well, it looks like we have ourselves a real game here now, Peter. They've been rewarded for their courage, for their attitude, for their application, and now they'll want another.
It was a great finish. He put it away with great poise, dead-eye accuracy.
He had the whole picture in his head, Peter. He didn't even look at the goalkeeper.
And that has added a Thuram!
Thuram really needed to concentrate on protecting the ball. Then again, he was being very closely marshalled.
And here's Vinicius Junior. Rafinha. Cherki. Koundé cuts it out.
Mission 1 has been accomplished, so why not continue with the same approach?
Now it's Vinicius Junior. So much. There's the shot! It's anyone's ball now. He won't be happy with that one. Threads one in. And that was very necessary. Van Dijk. Haaland being hunted in packs.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
Now here's the... Up he goes! That's another chance! Really well taken goal. And the game is well and truly turned on its head. Some heroic goalkeeping, but even that couldn't save them this time.
Such good movement. Some players have that natural ability to be in the right place at the right time. We've just seen the perfect example.
And he's done it again. He's got his second. So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here?
It's so often the case with goal scorers, little influence, and all of a sudden, bang.
Well, the manager might be thinking of shuffling his pack here.
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quickly.
Now it's Haaland. And he's in on goal. Calvert-Lewin gets flagged offside. So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Osimhen. Bellingham really struggling to influence the game.
He needs a minder, and one of his teammates should be picking up on that, and quickly.
Passing is crisp and sharp. Griezmann. And Rafinha. And it's Hernandez. Van Dijk kept aware, and it is reclaimed easily. And it's Griezmann. He was under real pressure there. That's a shade optimistic. 75 minutes played. Now it's Osimhen.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the job in a nutshell now.
Rafinha. Well, it didn't look good for a while, but that was brave defending, and they got away with it.
Simply brilliant defending. They were outnumbered, but he still came out on top.
Tries a shot! Oh, he did the hard part right, but fluffed the finish.
It was such a clever idea to lift it into his path.
Knocks it into space. Oh, that's neat. Well, the defence proved infallible then, but that won't be the last they'll see of him. Well, that has not gone well. Well timed, excellent interception. And here's Haaland. Good ball, good take. Danger averted for now. Goes looking wide. Bellingham. Osimhen! And he's there to get it away. I think we're just about done here. Now it's Foden, and he's managed to... Real chance! And the assistant referee rightly gives him offside.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
So now we're going to get those changes we have been expecting. Nicely shaped ball. Gabriel gets over and intercepts. João Neves. Into stoppage time, very little left on it.
It's the sort of situation they'll want to capitalise on now.
He has found the way through. Olise stood his ground. And that's it. What a terrific response it was to adversity. What a fantastic game from those players. What unity, what joy. That was so very, very good. Haaland voted man of the match, and deservedly so. Thoughts on what we've just seen?
What a game. What a show of character. It wasn't looking good at one stage. It was quite flat in the first 45 minutes. But that's how you turn things around. You get a purpose in your game and you go for it.
Well, that's it for tonight's match. So it just remains for me to thank Jim Beglin alongside me and to wish you all a very good evening. Welcome to those who have joined us all here on a beautiful, clear evening. The conditions contributing to a fantastic atmosphere in the stands. This really is the place to be. This is Peter Drury, and I'm happy to inform you that Jim Beglin has joined me to offer his expertise.
Thanks for that, Peter, and may I say a big hello to everyone.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. And already we're underway here. Griezmann. Jim, which player is best equipped for this game?
Well, this guy Pedri, without doubt, is the greatest talent of his generation to come out of Spain. I mean, he has all the traits of some of the great legends that have been there before him. The ability to handle the ball in tight spaces, his speed of thought on the turn, his understanding of the landscape around him, the intelligence in reading defensive positioning, all those factors which can make him...
Chance! Oh, denied brilliantly!
Yeah, he was well placed to deal with that.
And we have our very first corner. Up he goes! Well, now it's fallen loose again! A reprieve, albeit perhaps momentary.
It's been pretty high-tempo stuff from the off here, Peter. A good show of intent, I would say.
For a moment, you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Tries to play it through. Bellingham. It's a goal kick. Rice is there, and he can pick it up. Some really good ball movement. Zakaria. Now, can they get him away?
That's positional gold, the utilisation of space.
James made a surge from fullback, as it turned out unsuccessfully. James receives it in a wide position, and he's gone looking for safety. No change to the score, 0-0 it remains. Rafinha. Now it's Matheus Cunha. Looking for options for movement. Over to the left. A hefty challenge, but fair enough. And he's straight offside. Engages and forces him off the ball. Konate kept his eye on it, and he's there. And he stands tall, impenetrable. There could be trouble here, but for now the referee is keeping his cards in his pocket. Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Haaland was only too happy to help out in defence.
He's dealt with that very well, Peter. It's a real show of discipline.
Rafinha. Well, they're looking at the referee, but he's waved play on. Germany look happy to sit back for the moment here.
Yeah, everything they're doing screams counter-attack, but it's a long counter-attack.
He's had a shot! Oh, nearly, but nearly is nothing.
James is clearly kicking himself here. He knew that was a great opportunity.
Matheus Cunha. Pedri. That's an imaginative pass. And that's a nicely shaped ball. And he thumps it clear. And they're not going to make any further progress now. Rafinha. Now there's a fine ball.
Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
He has a look up. Now it's Maciej Cunha. Oh, that is good. Super running, sharp movement. Came up against a defender, though, who was ever so determined.
I'm struggling to work out whether that was brave or a bit stupid. Maybe both, actually.
And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
Half-time rapidly approaching, and it's still goalless.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Played over towards the opposite flank. Eder Militao. Half-time getting close now. So, what can they make of this? Now it's Maciej Cunha. Rafinha. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Haaland.
It's the sort of situation they'll want to capitalise on now.
Here's Zakaria. And here's Mbappe. Mbappe! Clipped into space. Oh, well cut out. No margin for error there at all. Oh, they can break here. Well, that has not gone well. And it's half-time here. Well, it was a half of could-haves and should-haves, but as the whistle blows, we remain where we started. Plenty for both managers to mull over here. Some first-half thoughts?
Yeah, it's a half that's had a limp finish after a decent start, so the manager has to re-energise and re-enthuse his players to come back out pumped.
So we are still where we were at the beginning. It is 0-0 at the break. And we're off again.
Well, I can imagine both managers have been in the ears of the players. They want more. Let's hope the game comes to life sooner rather than later.
Rafinha gets a foot in here. Well, he's looking at the referee, but the referee is shaking his head. Bellingham. Haaland. Oh, nicely intercepted. He's trying to hit the front line here. Oh, well played, well sorted out. And that has been cut short. Aimed beyond the defence. Now it's Haaland. Maciej Cunha. Pedri.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Now try to spin that positively. I certainly can't. Rice.
They've got to be quick moving this forward.
There's the shot! Oh, wonderful! What a goal! About as smooth as it gets.
Well, I don't want to be overly harsh on the defensive side of things here, Peter, but the build-up was so slick and executed with such quality, it made life just that bit too difficult for them.
So the first goal of the game.
Well, it looks like a bit of half-time encouragement was all that was needed, because we have a very different game on our hands.
Oh, what a climb! It's in! That is remarkable! All square in a matter of moments!
Well, going behind has simply triggered a collective determination to hit back, and they merit nothing less.
He watched it all the way, and the finish was unerring.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
You've got to commend that, Peter. It's the perfect response to falling behind. Don't let your heads drop. Just get back up the pitch and level the scores again. This is cracking stuff. Well, that has caused disappointment to some, unsurprisingly, and disgust to others. What a waste.
Germany needed that. They really needed it.
You know, it was an intervention that had to be made. Serious trouble lay in store.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. Now it's Bellingham. He's got away. Lovely bit of skill. Look at the space here. He's having a shot! Goal, Germany! And they've got their lead back.
Yeah, to see it unfold as succinctly as that, it looks telepathic.
And very quickly, the substitute made his mark.
That's just as the manager would have seen it, an impact sub.
So we have a breakthrough. Now how will things develop from here?
Listen, when it comes to goals, Peter, in this team, he's always the #1 contender, and he's done it again.
Timber. And it's played forward. Haaland looking to shake off some unwanted attention.
Yeah, better communication and lots of contacts.
Can he finish? Oh, no shortage of confidence there.
He's absolutely full of energy here. Definitely had the right idea. A shame he just couldn't finish it off.
Lookman. And it's Bellingham. And here's Thuram. Plays the return pass. Mohamed Salah played out wide. James receives it in a good position here. It's Salah! Mo Salah! Sensational! He's got himself an absolute peach. 2 up and in charge, and things are looking pretty good for them now.
Thuram really played that return ball to perfection there, Peter. He knew the exchange was on and he put it on a plate for his teammate. That was just gorgeous.
Germany take a 2-goal lead and are looking good for the win.
This is wonderful front-footed football. The manager will be absolutely thrilled to see his team clicking in every department.
Pass somewhat off target. That ball looks a good one. Real chance! And the keeper couldn't hold it. Relentless! Just relentless! Up by 3. They have their boots on the throats of their foes. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Such good movement. Some players have that natural ability to be in the right place at the right time. We've just seen the perfect example.
So now the difference is 3. Thuram. And a shot! Oh, taken with style! Results no longer in doubt. It's just about how many.
Well, a 1-2 is easier to pull off than most dribbles, and I think we've just seen the proof.
Germany are having a ball here. Bellingham. Great vision. Looking to play him in. That is a brilliant interception. Now it's Haaland. Cherky showing great feet there. Great work on the overlap. That's really well cleared. Added time is up, and there goes the whistle. Well, that was thrilling. A game of champs and chumps. The winners were so good at times. A side that can and will trouble more or less everyone. Your reflections then, Jim? Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm Peter Drury, and here with me in the commentary box, I'm glad to report, is Jim Beglin.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Drury, and hello to everyone.
Just listen to that noise. This place is definitely up for it. Let's hope we get a contest worthy of the setting. Well, if you did just miss it, we are up and running already. Well, 5 at the back, Jim. It does feel fairly defensively oriented, this formation.
Well, you could say it's a lineup that's all about creating positive transitions. The lack of width in midfield with just 3 in there makes the role of the fullbacks more crucial, or wing-backs. You have to have them constantly push up, forcing opposition players back and giving your team a little more freedom.
Easier said than done.
That's right, but it does work very well, provided you have the right players to pull it off.
And that's gone all the way through to the keeper. And here's Haaland. And Haaland! That was superb goalkeeping.
Haaland clearly thought he had the beating of the keeper. They've got a healthy number of very tall targets to pick out from this corner.
And now a sudden chance to counter. Zakaria wins the duel this time. Haaland chasing after it. And here's Mbappe. Oh, good spread. And a chance! Jim, which player is best equipped for this game?
Well, Julian Alvarez, Peter, is a player who I think is very intelligent with his movement. Often he plays in the number 10 position. He just drops that little bit deeper to suck defenders out of position. And once he's done that, then he's capable of creative force in getting other people in behind. So there's an unselfishness to his game. And when he gets in front of goal, he can be deadly too.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a goal or two. Corner. Germany have the chance to go the other way. Oh, played right into his path. And that is as far as they're going to go. Rice. And here's Alvarez. That's a decent clearance. Neither side yet able to find the net. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played, well stopped.
Oh, he's caught him there. It's a free kick. Hernandez. That is lovely. Gravenberg. Now looking to orchestrate a counter. It's a really well-measured ball. Oh, he'd have done well to reach that. Rice. Getting on for a third of the way through the game. Bellingham. And it's Timber. Has a look and plays it forward. Alvarez, unable to make it happen for all his good intentions. Konate. And here's Haaland. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Engages and forces him off the ball. Gravenberg. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Driving. He's having a shot! It is a corner. It's their second corner of the game. Rice goes short. Cross to the back post. And now they can spring out of defence. Played into space. Gravenberg. And he plays one through. That is good pressure, just hounded him off it. Timber. So still we are where we began. It's 0-0. Nicely weighted ball. Decent chance! It's a carbon copy of the previous miss.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get their reward if they can stick at this.
And the chances keep on coming. They're awarded another corner. So their fourth corner of the game. And it's been taken short. Oh, that's well spotted. Germany are looking to go forward now. Alvarez. Tries to play it through. Calvert-Lewin plays it in. Courtois claims it without any fuss. Oh, he's felt that, hasn't he? Aimed beyond the defence. Passing is crisp and sharp. There's the whistle for half-time. So neither team were able to take the lead, but it certainly hasn't been for the lack of trying. And we are up to the break.
What an end to the half, Peter. A lot of the best action of the half coming at the very end, and I get the feeling the second half may well start in similar fashion, as we'd love to see this momentum maintained. So I'm looking forward to what's to come.
Well, after 45 minutes, it is still goalless. A change, perhaps, after half-time. And we're already back up and running after half-time.
Well, both sides are eager to get going. Here's hoping that it's a good sign. Things are about to change. We need a little more life in this.
Some really good ball movement. It's Calvert-Lewin! Calvert-Lewin! That's brilliant! That is a gem! An absolute gem! And the second half is off to a flyer!
Well, a 1-2 is easier to pull off than most dribbles, and I think we've just seen the proof.
A 1-0 lead established.
Well, talk about the perfect start to the second half. They've certainly come out with more purpose, more energy, and it's paid off beautifully.
Timber. Looking for the run. Now it's Bellingham. Good ball, good take. Zakaria. Now James. That's a promising run he's making on the right. And it's James. Gravenberg. That's a little off target.
Well, they've stamped some authority on things, but how much more authority can be generated? That's just playing it safe and simple.
He really is being given no time to think on the ball now.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Passes coming off in quick succession here. Oh, well played. That has snuffed out the danger. Gravenberg. Now it's Mbappe. And here's Haaland. James. Chooses to go back. Oh, super ball.
Well, it's definitely the right attitude and application, Peter. They've got to keep pushing.
Well, they're looking a whole lot more urgent now.
You know, the interest value in this game might just take off from here.
Germany needed that. They really needed it.
Yeah, they showed a vulnerability until the move was stifled. That'll have stirred a little concern.
Your impression so far, Jim?
I think the manager's pondering his options as to whether to stick or twist Peter in view of the time remaining. He might have a tough call to make now. Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Can he get it through? It's a promising position.
That's good play from him.
Oh, that's nice. Brilliantly cut out. Bellingham. Now it's Haaland. So the team separated just by the one goal, which came early in the second period. And the score is 1-0. Now it's Haaland. Nicely spread. Haaland. Knocks it into... Oh, shooting chance! And that could have brought them level.
Such a good opportunity, Peter. I hope he doesn't end up regretting that miss. I think the message here is quite clear, Peter. They want another one and will seemingly keep going until they get it.
Eder Militao.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
Rafinha.
A lot of space here, a real opportunity.
Still just that single goal and we are nearly done. The pressing's intense and it's paid off. And now the breakaway. That's beautifully weighted. Donnarumma can get it clear. Germany have reclaimed it. And here's Mbappe.
Germany really don't have a choice now. They just have to throw everything forward and give themselves a chance to draw level.
Now it's Alvarez. And it's Timber. That's good running with the ball. I think we're just about done here. And he shoots!
That's just playing it safe and simple.
And that is as far as it goes. Well, that was tense. Boy, that was tense. The two sides separated by the game's only goal. Calvert-Lewin claiming the Man of the Match award, and there is very little room for argument. How would you sum up what we've witnessed, Jim?
Well, this game looked to have 0-0 written all over it, but credit to them, they upped their game in the end, and I thought they got what they deserved.
And with that, it's time for me to thank Jim Beglin and to wish you a very good evening. Well, what a sight this is. A beautiful evening and the promise of a match that will really get the juices flowing. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Thanks, Peter. Hello, everybody. Ready to see what unfolds in this one now.
Well, it looks like a big game, sounds like a big game. Everyone involved is absolutely up for it. Well, as you can see, we've already started here. And that's put paid to a promising move. And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it. They want to be quick here. It's breakaway time.
That looks a good ball through.
Well, I'm not quite sure he needed to hold up play quite as much as he did then. A couple of his teammates were very annoyed.
Oh, he had to make that, and he did make it. Who do you think this turns on, Jim?
Well, Peter, Erling Haaland is very much the player in all of football in so many ways. His development really owes to the fact that he made all the best choices. The clubs, the coaches, everything has been meticulously planned, and an awful lot of that would be attributed to his dad's experience.
Yeah, hard to see past him. He'll be looking to put on a show, I'm certain of that. And there's his chance to lead the counter. Bellingham. And it's Timber. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
This certainly looks appetising, well within shooting range.
This is the sort of thing he craves, a chance to make a telling impact. Yeah, the crowd have tried to spark some excitement, but to no avail. This needs something explosive.
Brilliantly cut out. Bellingham. Rice. And that is a little undercooked. That's an imaginative pass. Rafinha. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing. And no, that is pretty much the end of that. Van Dijk. Rice. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. Now it's Matheus Cunha.
Just as I thought, Peter, it looks like this is a side that's setting themselves up for a counter-attack.
Yeah, stand by for the early ball, the big one over the top.
Yeah, and those that are up top, Peter, have to be willing to chase. And of course, those in midfield have to be ready now to recycle.
And they have got just the right players for that. Oh, well measured. Oh, that's fabulous. And this is Kane. And he's in on goal. Bullish header. He's delivered all right. There is the breakthrough. Satisfyingly simple. There's almost a sense of beauty to this.
So well played, Peter. Did a great job keeping sight of the ball. Made a classic move and met it perfectly.
So the first goal of the game.
Yeah, it's rare that one is enough though, Peter. I get the feeling they'll be wanting another as soon as possible.
And here's Kane. Can he get on the end of this? Hernandez.
That will annoy the manager. They're making themselves too predictable here.
Rafinha knocks it into space. Alexander-Arnold is very much the model of the modern-day fullback. Still no way through. The defending here is resolute. Rice. Matheus Cunha. Bellingham. Now there's a fine ball. He can get that clear. And that's been won straight back. Into the final 5 minutes of the first half. And it's Bellingham. And here's Calvert-Lewin. And we have our very first corner. They've played it short. Now it's Rice. This looks promising. Delivers with whip. Hernandez. Here comes another cross.
That was well seen too. Good clearance.
Cucurella. Oh, good-looking ball. Oh, well played, well sorted out. Bellingham. Here's Matheus Cunha. Good running, strong and real chance! And he nearly went all the way.
Okay, credit him.
And the referee brings the first half to a close. There's been no shortage of industry or intent thus far. A little inspiration and inventiveness, perhaps the only things lacking.
Well, obviously things are not good, Peter. It seems the team were just a bit too busy playing within themselves, too tentative. They have to improve and make it fast.
Here we go again then.
Well, I think in these circumstances, it's all about how to adjust the balance of your team. I mean, you want to get back in it as soon as possible, but without leaving yourself too open.
And it's Kane. Knocks it out wide. Lovely pass, but can he get there? Shot a goal! In for the pieces! And yes, it's there! And there we have it, the two-goal cushion. And he's only too grateful to capitalise on the keeper's misfortune.
Well, that's not the best attempt by the keeper, and he's just paid the ultimate price, hasn't he?
So that's two now without reply.
The turning of the screw comes to mind, Peter. They've got them where they want them.
Now it's Kane. Mkhitaryan. Pass somewhat off target. That's gone for a throw-in. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Rafinha. Matheus Cunha. Rice. There were better options before the ball was lost. Easy to say from up here, I know. Now it's Osimhen. And the pass is intercepted. Bellingham. Now it's Bellingham.
There's no doubt it's a long way back, but they can at least give us something to believe the gap might be closed.
They get a throw in. Rafinha. He's coming under serious pressure here.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful, Peter, that they don't allow their attempt to snuff out the threat now to turn into indiscipline.
And here's Haaland. And it's Rice. Rafinha. Crosses it in. Oh, what a climb! Van Dijk gets it clear. And that's another good win of the ball. And he's on his way! It's all a little bit desperate, but it's got the job done.
Well, I thought they got off lightly there. The odds were stacked against them.
A slightly better ball would have led to a very different outcome there.
Well, everything up to the final pass looked decent. They just couldn't pick out that killer ball.
And he's intervened well there. Now it's Matheus Cunha. And they're quick to get it back. And that has been clubbed away. Now it's Bellingham. Alexander-Arnold. And that's the end of that. It all started well enough. Oh, good read.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Rafinha spots it and intercepts. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
And it's Alexander-Arnold. Rafinha.
They've been denied a chance to develop any rhythm in the passing department.
Bellingham. And that interception was most necessary.
That was well played, well stopped.
And he was quick to react. Bellingham. And he's had it nicked away. Played back.
Well, this does not look promising, Peter. The least they can do is to give the crowd something to cheer about, but that might be difficult from here.
Now it's Kane. Oh, such a clever touch. Good read, needed to be. Rafinha. Calvert-Lewin. Rice. Well seen, saw that coming.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Matheus Cunha. Bellingham. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning, so good from him.
Pinches it off him. Pobega. Now that looks a decent ball. Hernandez. That pass has been well intercepted. Matheus Cunha. Referee looks at his watch and blows his whistle. In the end then, no joy. Not for the want of trying, not for the want of running. Simply they were beaten by a better team on the day. How would you summarise what we've seen today then, Jim?
Well, there was a distinct lack of clarity or commitment in everything the players were trying to do.
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here. A clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Thanks, Peter. Hello, everybody. Ready to see what unfolds in this one now.
Just listen to that noise. This place is definitely up for it. Let's hope we get a contest worthy of the setting. The action has already started. And that's been intercepted.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
Couldn't squeeze it through. So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Well, Guardiola, Peter, is a fella who appeared on the scene after a meteoric rise on the international scene, but he really is, for me, the blueprint of the modern centre-half. And, of course, he can play at left-back too. He's old school, he's uncompromising defensively, and he is truly outstanding on the football.
No argument from me on that front. It's easy to see how his presence alone affects both sides. Rafinha. Schlotterbeck does really well to win the ball there. Rice. Passing is crisp and sharp. And it's Hernandez. Kane. Now it's Osimhen. In the end, they found themselves penned in, nowhere to go. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. He's being urged to shoot. There's some great running on show here, but ultimately there was no way through. Oh, it's a promising build-up, this. Plenty of really nice passing.
Well, it seems as if the message has been issued by both managers: don't concede the opener.
Ruben Dias cuts out the pass. Now, can they get him away? Now it's Rafinha. He's got tall. Good try. The outcome could so easily have been different. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
Osimhen gets flagged offside. Osimhen. Now it's Kane. Neatly clipped into space. Timber. Rice. Pass is coming off in quick succession here. For a moment you felt that was going somewhere, but they'll have to go again. Alexander-Arnold tries to pass it through. Chance for a shot! There it is! First blood drawn. And a trademark move ends with the inevitable classy finish.
Look, if you want to be effective on the break, then the key element is always pace. That's what really rips defences apart. And it's...
Can he finish? He's got a goal! They're level in a trice!
Well, if ever you want to see a lesson in responding to a deficit, that's it. Their heads didn't drop, and now their chins are up.
His position was perfect, the invitation was there for him, and his response absolutely clinical.
Well, that's really well played, Peter. You have to appreciate the simplicity of it all. A killer pass, perfectly delivered.
And that has added a whole new complexion to the game.
You've got to commend that, Peter. It's the perfect response to falling behind. Don't let your heads drop. Just get back up the pitch and level the scores again. This is cracking stuff.
Now it's Kane. Rafinha tries to play it through. Barrios distributed tidily. Nicely weighted ball. He has found the way through. And he's cut it out. And he's taking no chances there. Played out towards the right wing. An instinctive delivery. Not pretty, but it gets the job done. Passing nice and neat. And it's Barrios. And a shot! And that is certainly not what he had in mind.
I just wonder what was on his mind there. Should have put his foot right through it.
Kane powering forward here. Timber gets across to intercept that. Osimhen. Rafinha. Bellingham. Bellingham has created one goal already. Rice. Good take, and is he in? And he's having a shot! It's in! And the game is well and truly turned on its head. Complete awareness. He understood what was needed and he executed it smoothly.
Haaland really can't believe his luck. He was allowed so much room when he should have been boxed in.
Well, this is what we've been waiting for.
Look, he's the one everyone expects to put the ball in the net. That's what he's paid to do.
And it's half-time here. Well, what a comeback. Certainly I didn't see that coming, nor I think did many in this crowd. The midway point of the game.
Well, Peter, I'm just thinking of the best way to describe that. Frantic, frenzied. It was unmissable and it was irresistible. Forget about the analysis on this one. Just enjoy it.
Very little in it. The score at half-time is 2-1. And we are already promptly back underway. Van Dijk. And that interception was most necessary.
He read that really well. And
Osimhen! That is delicious! A finish right from the top drawer. They've done it again! It is incredible!
Exactly what you want to see from your players. Courage. Fight in the face of adversity. You couldn't ask for much more.
And that is fabulous. A true beauty of a goal.
Oh, it was a real beauty, Peter, and while many might have just lashed out at it, he took his time and he put it where very few can.
So all square and not for the first time.
Well, I'd happily watch this every week, Peter. This is exactly what you want from a big game.
Hernandez. Great ball and he's in. Great chance! Loose ball now and there's a chase on to retrieve it. It's a really well-measured ball. That's good play. He slings it in. Cleared away. Now he's got space here. No, that's been intercepted. And that was nowhere near his best. Alexander-Arnold. And the pass is intercepted. Well, the idea was a good one. The execution of it, not quite so.
Yeah, he just didn't seem to get enough.
Real chance! Just not quite happening for him just now.
Well, the breakthrough hasn't come yet, Peter, but you do feel they're upping the ante here. They'll get their reward if they can stick at this.
And we have our very first corner. Rice with the short one. Great vision. And now a sudden chance to counter. Now it's Zakaria.
That's good play from him.
Osimhen. And he was alert to it. Well, the manager might be thinking of shuffling his pack here.
Well, the manager must be thinking to himself whether he's got a game changer on that bench, and he needs to act quickly.
Schlotterbeck did well to emerge with the ball. That's a contest to keep an eye on. He's on it. Can he get away? Hernandez. Hit into the middle. Up he goes! Oh, not this time, but a lot of applause for the thought.
I think we can expect a few more of those now. Better timing was all that was required.
Shin to shin, bicep to bicep, and he wins out. Barrios. Aimed beyond the defence. And the shot! Superb from Osimhen! Sumptuous finish, an absolute joy! And the comeback is complete!
Well, a 1-2 is easier to pull off than most dribbles, and I think we've just seen the proof.
So, time for changes on both sides, actually. So we have a breakthrough. Now, how will things develop from here?
Well, they've done the hard part now, Peter. Can they cling on, or even better, can they get another?
Oh, nicely intercepted. Well, there is a look that says it all. A piercing stare.
Ah, he made it look a bit predictable.
Oh, he's going to be disappointed with that. Bumps him off it and wins back the ball. Cucurella. Cherky. Threads one in. Oh, that's a very decent ball now.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure. Well, there's plenty to like about this approach. Get your head down, keep battling away, and eventually things might change for you. Well, he certainly wasn't in the mood to take any risks.
Lovely pass, but can he get there? Alexander-Arnold. Here's Pobega. Time is running out here.
Look, their path is set. They have to take risks in every situation now.
And into the grateful arms of the keeper. Vlahovic. Oh, it's a nice idea, but the execution was lacking. He's not got that quite right. It's good pressure, good intensity.
Yeah, and what they've got to realise, Peter, is that they won't get away with excessive force for long, so they're running a fine line now.
Oh, he's seen that early, used a certain sixth sense. Van Dijk gets it clear. Olise. Calvert-Lewin. This could be their final throw of the dice.
Well, they've got to get everyone forward, and maybe even the keeper.
Vardiol is there to clear.
Well, he got rid because he was under pressure.
And it's Gravenberch.
I think we're about to see a frenetic finish. No half measures from here.
Oh, easy pickings there. Bellingham. Gravenberch for Olise. That's really well cleared. That's that, the end. Well, what a game. Unpredictable to the very end, momentum shifting this way and that. The kind of match, as neutrals, we all love to come and see. So, Jim, how do you reflect on what we've seen?
Well, obviously there'll be...
So welcome one and all to a picturesque evening here, a clear night, all the ingredients for a showcase game that the passionate crowd demands. I'm your commentator, Peter Drury, and providing his unique brand of expert analysis, here's Jim Beglin.
Thanks for that, Peter. Hi, everyone. The excitement has really picked up now, and I'm eager for the action to start.
Well, colour and passion just oozing from the stands here. These fans love their football, and we're about to be dished up a feast of it. The action has already started. Hernandez crosses. Forward tracking back like that, always appreciated by the crowd.
Yeah, listen, we often get critical of a forward's tackle, but that was squeaky clean.
So, Jim, who would you identify as the key man in this fixture?
Yeah, Virgil van Dijk. He's just about unbeatable in every department, Peter. He's strong, he's quick, he's totally dominant in the air. And what's more, he seems to really love a tussle. His passing's good too, and he never seems to lose it in important areas. I'd expect this team to notch up a lot of clean sheets with him on board.
No argument from me on that front. It's easy to see how his presence alone affects both sides. Now it's Osimhen. Now it's Kane. And he's in on goal. Decent chance! And it's a goal! The movement so precise, the finish sumptuous.
Well, it's an example of counter-attacking at its finest. Real cut and thrust.
So the game's first significant moment, and it's come earlier than perhaps we anticipated. Kane. Now it's Bellingham. Goes looking wide, and he's whipped it across. Defending of the desperate variety. He shifted it to the flank. Cucurella crosses. Oh, smashing header! And it's in! They are really purring here, and they have extended their lead in the blink of an eye. Simple, certain, effective. He just guided it in.
Yeah, it all came from some really smart movement, Peter. Did the defence let themselves down by not picking him up? I think the boss won't be amused.
So that's 2 now without reply.
And things are much healthier in their favour. Mind you, you would have thought that when the last one went in.
And he's been shifted off it. Goal kick. No, I stand corrected. It's a corner.
Well, height could make all the difference on these set pieces.
And it's hoisted clear. And now they can spring out of defence. And that interception was most necessary.
That's great positioning. So good from him.
And it's Barrios. Zakaria. Passes short and sharp. That's good play. Well seen. Saw that coming.
That was well played. Well stopped.
It was all about the quality of the delivery, and they come away with nothing. Chooses to go back. Great vision. Schlotterbeck cuts it out.
Well, I wouldn't quite advise they should resort to risk-taking at this stage. There's plenty of time left yet.
It's Kane! And kept out by the most elastic of saves.
Kane is offering a wry smile there.
This their second corner of the game. Oh, shooting chance! Nicely aimed pass. And now a sudden chance to counter. Oh, good spread. Alvarez. Pings in across. And that's the keeper's ball.
They need to play this quicker in transitions like this.
And that's been intercepted.
He read that really well and stopped it.
Now it's Kane. Now it's Barrios. And that has put paid to that. And it's Cucurella. Can he get it through? Played into space out wide. And here's Kane. Now, can they shoot? Just cruising. They are cruising. And they are cruising away.
Oh, what a lovely exchange, Peter. I mean, he did the give and go, and that's just a lovely return ball. The weight of it was absolute perfection.
3-0, and things are starting to look awfully cosy. Van Dijk. Challenged just a bit on the firm side. And they've switched it over to the other side. Bellingham. No, not quite on the same wavelength. Not the most accurate pass. And it's Alexander-Arnold. Kane, brilliantly cut out. Rice. It's Bellingham. Oh, good read.
That's great positioning. So good from him. Are certainly playing with an intense focus in executing their plan here.
Barrios. And the referee brings the first half to a close. Well, that was as one-sided as it gets. Only one side have shown up here, and they're just tearing it up at will. And that's it. And that's where we have to end it. From me, Peter Drury, and my co-commentator, Jim Beglin, a very good evening to you all.